Ok, possiamo partire. So, this is the agenda, and we are in delay, so I will say only few words about the vehicle that you can see here, the new version, and then Gabriele Giustiniani tell us some deep in the description of the Roma pilot and so on, and just 2 words about the origin of the concept of the Leonardo vehicle. The concept starts by an analysis of the micro vehicle already in the in the street, like a bike, kick scooter, overboard, Segway, and so on, analyzing the advantages and disadvantages for each one, and in particular we focus on the intermodality possibility of the vehicle. If you consider, for example, an e-bike, we have for me a perfect vehicle for the mobility in the urban area, because the e-bike have big wheels, is a long range, is easy to drive, but the bike is bigger than other kind of vehicle, is heavy. It's difficult to bring a bike in buses, in train, or in office, and so for each vehicle we analyze what are the best characteristics that we can summarize and gather in one vehicle, and the idea take the form, the shape of this Leonardo vehicle, that is a fusion of 2 concepts, the mono wheel and the kick scooter. The mono wheel is also a perfect vehicle to be transported inside the buses or other in the car or in office, but is very difficult to drive. It requires a lot of time, to spend a lot of time to be safe driving this vehicle. In the other hand, we have the e-kick scooter that is more easy to drive, but is not so light, is not so small, and he have the very small wheels that can make difficult to drive in a pavement like in Rome, for example. So our idea is to have a self-balanced vehicle, so the movement of the handlebar permitted to accelerate and brake the vehicle, and with a big wheel in the front and a very small wheel rear to give more stability in respect to the mono wheel, and is foldable, as you can see here, and the weight of the vehicle is very light because it's under 10 kilos. This permits to be transported easily, and they have some characteristics. For example, it can be transported following the people, like a trolley, with a motor that can helps with the people, and so this is the main idea of the vehicle. Può mettere la presentazione? Now to to go more in depth in the project, I show briefly the structure of the project and okay, these are the partners that are involved in the project, and they are split in different expertise and competence, and each partner is in charge to make some specific task or work packages, and the work packages are 7, and I analyze briefly one by one, showing what is the state of the advancement of the project, starting from the first work package, the cross-cutting activities that are related more or less related to the safety of the vehicle. That this is an important aspect, as also our project officer said. And today we are there are several thinking about the safety aspects of this kind of vehicle, because in the city there are a lot of vehicle like a kick scooter that can cause the first accidents. So we are asking if the vehicle are safe or not, how to prevent other accidents. So in the VP1, VU4 that is in charge to develop this work package did a regulation survey in different countries, and for each country we have what is the regulatory aspects and characteristics for this kind of micro vehicle. Then by on accident analysis, the main characteristic of the vehicle should be summarized in this picture. We should have a big, larger wheels, larger diameters, and the light, the sounder, an additional foot brake possibly, sufficient ground clearance to well performed in the hole, and caster angle to be more stable during the driving. Other activities in this work package are to be already defined and developed, and are related to the field observation during the pilot. So during the Rome pilot and in the other cities, the data are collected, will be collected, that permit to analyze how the vehicle are driven and how often are used, and so on. In the work package 2, we deal with the vehicle development, in particular the design, and the initial shape of the vehicle is the one we see in the slide, in which all the batteries and the electronics were inside the wheel. And if you see the prototypes we developed outside this room, you will see a kind of prototype very similar to this original concept. And the design of the vehicle, and in parallel in this work package were defined and studied all the electrical design, electrical architecture of the vehicle, with the controller of the engine, with the hardware and software for the human interface, and also the data collection platform, and finally the recharge station that we can see here, and the auxiliary battery pack, because the vehicle is conceived to have two possibilities, to be alone or to have the battery sharing possibilities. That means that we can use a second batteries to improve your range possibilities, and to pick up the batteries from charging station. So in the work package 3, instead we are starting the construction and testing of the first prototype. So here we can see, here we can see the first prototype. You can start the video, yes. And this is the one you can show outside the room, and this is the more similar prototype to the initial concept, but this kind of vehicle have several technical difficulties linked to the bearing of the wheels, and so we prefer to pass to a new concept to overcome these difficulties. And another difficulties of this concept is the high cost to develop the vehicle, because in the project, in the Leonardo project, we had to construct 150 vehicles that are a big number for prototypes, but small number for mass production. So is a number in between, and is not a right choice from economic point of view, but is a right choice for the demonstration activities. So we pass to different concept, and the evolution of the vehicle is represented by also the prototypes that you can see outside, and the final version is the one you can see in the picture and here. The vehicle is initially is made in aluminum alloys, but the weight and the difficulties to make this number of vehicle is high, because we can't have a mold or other to have a mass production. So each vehicle can be realized by hand, so it's difficult to have all the vehicle equal and with the tolerance, mechanical tolerance, and so on. So the best solution was to use composite material, to have a mold that are not so expensive as the aluminum mold, so guarantees correct mechanical tolerance and dimensions, and so in this way we can obtain also a very light structure. And please the video, and the electronics is developed, is customized for this vehicle, and also considering the shape of the electronics that can be inserted inside the steering column. And in the project we foresee some refinement of the vehicles during the pilot with the feedback from the pilots. So this is the first version, but we expect to have some minor adjustment of the vehicles considering the indications from the pilot. In the work package 4, we are dealing with the pilot, in particular the pilot in Rome and in Palermo. We already, Dr. Bernocchis already said what is the Roma ASL 1 and what is the participation in the pilot of these entities and entity. And during this first phases of the pilot, other two cities would be defined and selected in which to perform the subsequent two pilots. And Gabriele, I think Gabriele and Raffaele we will talk about this. In the work package 5, we have the demonstration in the last cities in Eilat, and also the selection of the cities, and this is some criteria to select the cities, but Raffaele will talk more in depth about this. And so this is Eilat as the last cities, and Eilat is outside the European countries, but this permits to test the vehicle also in different situations, different regulation, and that permit to enlarge the possibilities of the vehicle to be commercialized also in other countries. For the work package 6 is the management. I don't have no very interesting things to speak about, to talk about the management, but the important thing is that at the end of the management work package, we will draft a business plan to exploit for the exploitation of the vehicle, and after the finish of the end of the project. So last work package is the dissemination and communication. This is a very important task that can start effectively just from now, because up to now we had several technical problems to arrive to define the vehicles, but now that as we have the vehicle that is quite beautiful for my opinion, and now we can start with a campaign of dissemination, and we have a site, a website in which we can update with the results of the pilots. So thank you, and we will pass the floor to Gabriele Giustiniani, who tell us something about the pilot in Rome.
I try with the jacket. Good morning, everybody. This is Gabriele Giustiniani from UNIDIT. Okay, and I will provide you an overview about Work Package 4. It means about the pilot of Rome. And finally, after 2 years of project, we are starting having the vehicle running in the real world. Let's have a look to the structure of the presentation. Okay, that's it. That's right. So we'll have, of course, an overview about all the main aspect of the on-field pilot, few pictures about the vehicles. We will have a look about the area of the demo and about volunteers and how volunteers will be selected. About booking system, so how the volunteers will be able to ask for volunteering and testing the vehicle finally. About platform and app that we will use to manage and to collect the data from the vehicle and from the charging station. And of course, we'll have a few slides, one slide about managing and maintenance of the fleet. Finally, something about the charging station and the timing. So, of course, the objective of the Rome demo is to test in the real world, in real life, the vehicle we are developing. The demo will be run in the territory of the ASL Roma 1, as you have clearly understand since this morning. And more or less will be run with 40 vehicles that will be made available every 2 months, more or less, to 40 different volunteers from the ASL Roma 1. In parallel with the demo of Rome, we'll have also a small demo in Palermo with other 10 vehicles and run by the colleagues from ESCO. And of course, all the vehicles that will run in Italy will be covered by an insurance for third parties. Okay, this is a picture of the vehicle, but you have in front of it, so maybe this slide is not very useful. This is the territory of the ASL. You have seen these slides many times today, but I want to stress that, I mean, we have to find more or less 400 volunteers to test the vehicle for 1 year here in the ASL, but we do have 9,000 employees, so we should be able to find 400 volunteers. I'm quite sure about that. So, and the vehicle will be tested for at least 2 weeks, but up to 2 months, probably. Anyway, there will be, for those who want to use the vehicle, there will be a booking application in Italian, of course, so they can ask for volunteering, and they can book to go to take the vehicles and to take some small training before using the vehicle. And of course, we will have also a platform and an application developed by another partner of the project, Techniker, that will allow to collect a series of data about the vehicle and about the charging station. This is few of the data that we will collect through the platform. So we have some alerts, regular from the technical data. We have sampling alerts. We will have some usage data about the micro vehicle and about the shared batteries, always managing the privacy issue that is pretty relevant, is becoming pretty relevant right now. And of course, we'll have also through this platform, we'll have also a user, the users will be asked to fill a questionnaire about their experience before and after using the vehicle. And finally, we will have also the option for some basic configuration. We'll see in the next slide. This is the few data already available actually on the vehicle right now. And this is a few snapshots of the app developed by Techniker that we will use to activate the vehicle and to run the demo. The users will use to activate the vehicle and to run the vehicle. There will be also, it will be also possible, you can see there, to set some driving mode. So eventually, if I want a more calm vehicle, I can select beginner. If I want a more aggressive vehicle, I can select advanced. And this is another snapshot of the app that is already available. Okay, this is where we will store the 40 vehicles once in Rome. We will have 20 vehicles in Ariosto, that is one of the main site of the ASL, with like 300 people working there. The other 20 vehicles will be stored in the ex-officine that are very close to the main hospital of the ASL. So, and then people will volunteer that will select, will want to use the vehicle, will be able to select where to take the vehicles, in one or in the other place. ESCO will support us with the standard maintenance and management, and of course also with non-ordinary maintenance. Okay, we have also to put in Rome 2 charging stations for battery sharing, and the selection of the sites is still ongoing, and this is the 4 possible candidates that are the, again, are the 4 more important focal points of the ASL in its territory. And that's it. Amen. Any question? Okay. Fast and Furious. Maybe we recover. You know, we have Polish guy, they have to have lunch at 12:30.
So, thank you. Now I want to tell something about safety. We have heard safety is in our project a crucial point. And we have some experience in different countries with micro vehicles, with micro mobility, and that's why we use the approach in Leonardo to integrate safety aspects from the beginning. So what have we done? There was a deep integration of the safety research in the project from the beginning of the project. There was in principle 3 main topics related to safety. The first is we had a look, of course, to accident data. So we used police reported accident data. We used in-depth accident data. We in FUFO in Dresden are dealing with in-depth accident data, which we investigate for ourselves. In all the depth we have reconstructions of the accidents. We know the causes, we know the injuries, and so on. And we have done also a full investigation in hospitals within the Dresden area to see what is the full picture of accidents with micro vehicles, because we know that not every accident with micro vehicles are recorded by the police, because if you fall on the street and you are alone, you never will call the police. Yeah? And this we did with accidentology. Parallel to this, we had a questionnaire, which is representative for German level, to see how does people feel on such vehicles which are on the market, like electric kick scooter. And we wanted to know the users, what would they improve with the vehicles? Which aspects makes them feel unsafe? And of course we did, Dario has shown it, legal and literature research to know, okay, what is out there, which aspect should be taken also into account from the legal point, from the testing point, and the research. Well, what are the results? There are several really important results, which is not a wonder, is that mainly those vehicles are used and in accidents involved in urban areas. You know this, it's the same in Italy like in other countries. But what is the question, why those accidents happen? The police call it other mistakes, whatever this means. It is mainly connected to loss of control. So people are losing control over their vehicles, but we see it in the next slides. So we have found out that in several countries, loss of control accidents are the most important accident we have. So it is curb riding, coupling streets and so on, making difficulties to them, and they are falling on the road surface, and they are hurt really often. But we have also the aspect of turning or crossing traffic accidents. So we see in urban areas that crossing traffics should or could be maybe a problem with those vehicles, because they are swerving around and going through the cities relatively, not aggressive, that's not a right word, it's dynamic, let's say. Yes, and the collision types is the same. So we have on the one hand single accidents with no collision with other partners. These are the loss of control accidents mainly, and of course collisions with crossing traffic, and the users of microvehicles are hurt in the highest proportion. So not the driver of the car is hurt, but mainly the users of microvehicles. So safety is really, really important here. And we had a look, when does this accidents happen? And we have seen that we have a 50-50 proportion like darkness and daylight, and we see that lighting is a really important point. They should be seen on the road, so lighting is a really important aspect. We have taken it into account, and from the daytime we have seen the nighttime, which seems to be correlated with alcohol intoxication, but not always. But we have found a relatively proportion from the users that they, are not in a good shape with this respect. So what in Germany we have special rules for the users of microvehicles where they are allowed to drive. So they should not use pedestrian paths or something like this. They should use the bicycle lanes, and we have found out that in some cases they use the wrong lanes. Sometimes they do not know where they are allowed to drive. Sometimes they are afraid to go on the street or on the bicycle lane, but these sometimes causes accidents, and here we have the situation that also pedestrians are hurt, because then the conflict with the pedestrians and also the collisions occur, and then we have some harm to the other parties. But what is very important is the influence of alcohol is a relatively high proportion. Why is that? Because in the night they use these vehicles to come a little bit quicker from the restaurant or from bar or wherever to home, and it's not allowed, of course, but they do. We have had also a look if misuse of these vehicles is leading to accidents or to injuries, and we found out that 2 pillions on one vehicle. We have seen yesterday in the city from the electric kick scooters several riders of electric vehicles where 2 persons was placed on. In the accidents it's quite seldom, so it is not the biggest amount we have, but if those vehicles have to brake, the brake performance is not, of course, as designed. So we have we have tested it, a very long braking distance is one thing, and of course the driving behavior is unstable. So it should be avoided that it is possible to have 2 pillions, and I think with our design it is good. Of course, you never know which misuse people do. So within our clinical study, there's only some feedback about. We know that we have a black spot of around 80%, so only 20% of the happened accidents we have seen was recorded by police. The other 80% was not recorded. But it's only a side aspect. We have seen mainly head injuries are occurring due to the fall. So they are hitting the ground, and then head injuries are occurring. So it is suggested to use helmets if you're not too safe while driving, because this should be a very important part. And the upper and lower extremity are also injured quite often. This is due to the mechanic that if they are falling, they want to support with the arms and the hands, and then the arms get broken. So, as I mentioned, in parallel we did a questionnaire. We want to know in which situation you feel unsafe, and what could be better with vehicles you know from the micro vehicles. And what we have seen is unsafe situations are curb crossing. So if they have to lift up or roll down a curb, most of the people, so there I am feeling unsafe. Driving on slippery or frozen, which is maybe not the case here in Rome, but in Germany it could be, is quite dangerous for them. They feel very unsafe. It's subjective, but yes. Uneven road surface is also, as mentioned, as unsafe. And really important, indication of the turning direction. They are afraid to indicate it with hand. In Germany, you have to indicate the turning direction with hand. So it is written in law, but it is really unsafe if you take the hand off of the accelerator, push it out, and then the vehicle becomes instantly unstable. So this is a problem. We have taken into account, we have here the turning indicator, because this is a really, really important part. So, and here what could be improved? Nothing is the best, so, nothing could be improved, no. But driving on uneven road surfaces, we had taken, due to the idea behind the vehicle, of course, a bigger wheel or a greater wheel into our account, but we have seen this is not only for taking two vehicles together, merging them, it is also safety, because the greater wheel with larger dimensions is leading to more stability. Braking power is such a issue. It's not so easy, because if the braking is too good, they could tend to fall, but stable cornering is again stabilization. So all in all, we should have a safe vehicle which is easy to drive. Other aspects, ground clearance and tires, just for information, we have researched which other sources for evidence we have found here. Ground clearance is the direct link to the curb. Here you see the situation now on kick scooters with the indication of the turning direction. This is really unsafe. And what we have found also is the lighting devices, as I mentioned, the sounder, so to make hello, here I am, is very important if pedestrian or other bicycles are on the lane. And it might be sometimes good to have any kind of rear windows, because looking behind on such vehicles is maybe not so safe, and they are afraid to do this. In the end, of course, we have taken all the points into account and have derived a safety concept for our vehicle. And we have seen, okay, braking is really important. We need to have two braking systems in the front and in the rear. So we have tires with a large diameter, you see it. We need, within respect to the design, of course, a ground clearance, with which is it safe to cover curbs. We have a caster angle, you have seen it, and of course the devices like the sounder, the lighting, and the turning indicators. So this you have already shown, it's not fair. Here you see all the points we have implemented in our vehicle. So which is really important is that our safety concept is data-driven. Nearly all the aspects we have found in literature, it's not experts guessed. We have a data-driven approach coming from accident data as well in-depth as nation level from European data sources we found. We have had questionnaires with unsafe situations, and we have done within master thesis and so on comparative tests with braking performance and so on, which was leading to this safety concept. And of course, the visibility of the vehicle and the users, Stability is a really important point. Safe turning and sufficient braking is are the main aspects of our safety concept. So you could see it here. The same things are highlighted, and we found that it is a good compromise to set these points here, and the next step will be field observation, of course. If our safety concept is producing safe vehicles, we are quite curious about, but we think so. And of course, then we have a reporting from the users, also from some data from the vehicles we could use to evaluate if these aspects we have taken into account are leading to safe mobility. And it is also possible that in the questionnaires from the users, if there was an incident or even an accident, they could report in which situation this incident happened, what was the cause for this incident or accident, and was it related to the vehicle, or was it a behavioral thing or something different, and that we could evaluate, okay, our safety concept is working and we have a safe vehicle. Thank you. Are there any questions? Too many words.
Thank you very much, Thomas, and very interesting and useful. Actually, a quick, it might be useful. I mean, if you introduce quickly, I mean, a WUFO. What are you doing and how you are specialized and so on? Because for that reason, was really useful. I mean, to be on, to get you on board and so on. The second aspect I would like to ask you, it is whether, I mean, the e-kick scooter are safer or not than such as, for instance, e-bike or something like this, because there is a kind of misunderstanding and so on. So it might be interesting to understand. The third one, it is whether, I mean, it can add, it can be an added value, I mean, to think about the helmet for the drivers. Is it interesting? It may be useful, or according to your experience, your data and so on, is going to be an effective. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your questions. I hope I got them all. So the last question as first, helmet. Of course it is suggested to wear a helmet because falls are quite common and it could be very dangerous. But we know from micro-mobility it is not easy to implement a helmet wearing regulation or something like this, because you want to be flexible, you won't have your helmet with you, and it is not so easy, but it is suggested to wear one. So this is what I could say. The second one was the bicycle comparison. We do not have seen a huge difference in comparison to bicycles, so we could not say that kick scooters, electric kick scooters, are much more unsafe like bicycles. They seem to have same comparable causes. Also the bicycles have the single or loss of control accident as a main proportion, and they have conflicts when crossing traffic, so they are quite similar. They are using in Germany the same infrastructure, like the same lanes, and they are also vulnerable, so they are comparable, but I think the safety level is also comparable, not much unsafe, but also not much safer. The behavioral thing is, of course, with alcohol intoxication, it might be a little bit more difficult to drive an electric kick scooter with the instabilities like bicycles, but this is an idea, this is not evidence. So Last one was, okay, I got it. Last one is the introduction of FUFO, my company, where I come from. We are dealing with accidentology, with accident research. This is our main job. We are collecting accident data on the spot, going to the accident scene with blue flashing lights, investigate all the aspects we found there, then doing reconstructions, and this 1,000 times a year for the so-called GIDAS project, this German in-depth accident study, which is representative for the official statistics in Germany. And this is our expertise, and that's why we are in this consortium here. Hope this is sufficient. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Raffaele and Giampaolo.
Hello everybody, thank you very much for being here today. We moved to the selection procedure, the selection of the further cities which will host the Leonardo pilot, and I would like to leave the floor to my colleague. Okay, there is my name. Okay, it is the other one. Lovely. Sorry for this, but by the way, Giampaolo will talk about the selection procedure, and later I will give my presentation about exploitation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Raffaele. I am Giampaolo De Blasis from UNIDIT, and I will briefly yes, no, but this isn't the right presentation, so I don't know if we can solve the problem. Yes, we move to the exploitation, yes, and we solve the problem. Sorry.
Okay, sorry for this mishap. Let's go back to the exploitation one while they upload the right one. Okay, by the way, yes, thank you very much. Okay, you have this one. Okay, I am Raffaele Alfonsi, Technical Director of UNIDIT. As most of you know, UNIDIT is a company specializing in transport planning. We will talk about exploitation. That is one of the most relevant, let's say, activity in the project for what concerns the after-project period. Indeed, European Commission, but not only European Commission, let's say everyone involved in the project, pay attention to what will happen after the project ends. And it is something good to have a durable result and a valuable product after the project. So a brief description of what are the main activities related to exploitation, and we plan to carry out these kind of activities during the remaining period of the project. So we will talk briefly about market analysis, product positioning, sales channels, identification, and financial plan. So the market analysis is something preparatory to understand what is the market where we compete, and to understand what is the current state of the art in terms of customer expectations, but at the same time also in terms of technical and not only technical capabilities of this kind of micro vehicles. So the main steps of the market analysis, and we already started with a very preliminary market analysis, and today I will present some very preliminary results, are composed by the identification of the target market in terms of size, and this is useful to scope the business opportunities and at the same time to understand how the competition is in the market. And the competition indeed is assessed through a deep analysis of the characteristics of products and competitors. Okay. And the identification of the sides of the market is carried out through desk analysis activities, and we are going to pay attention not only to the European arena, but also to middle and high income countries, in order to try to identify all the set of possibilities that Leonardo vehicle and the eventual development of this vehicle can have. And this activity is something preparatory to identify what are the main trends and to have more or less, let's say, reliable forecast. Although when we talk about forecast, we say that they are forecast and there is no reliable at all, you know, and this considering all the aspects of life. Quite slow, okay. The competition analysis identifies who are the potential competitors, and we try to understand what are the types of products and what are the different approaches by competitors. And of course this includes also a first identification of prices in the market. Okay. So, once identified the target market, the further step is the positioning of Leonardo vehicles. And therefore, based on the market opportunities, the vehicle characteristics, the branding, and the related communication strategy, and at the same time also the selling price, let's say the target, the selling price can be shaped, can be defined. We must clarify that, of course, we are running a project which will be characterized by different steps and different challenges. This will be an iterative process. We will start with a preliminary identification of market, competitors, and so on, but during the project we will constantly refine them. We will refine our analysis in order to be able at the end of the project to have, let's say, a solid strategy and a solid market approach. The process of positioning the Leonardo vehicle is based on the activities listed, and it is composed by an analysis of what we can consider as strengths and weaknesses of our product. And we can use a blue ocean strategy and the market segmentation approach. The blue ocean strategy is a marketing methodology, a marketing tool, and whose aim is to identify a blue ocean. What is a blue ocean? The ocean is a space where you can swim without the red of the blood generated by fierce competition. So if you swim in a blue ocean, it means that you are alone and you have space. You don't have close competitors to you that can attack you. If you swim in a red ocean, of course, you have every time to look at your back, you know, because So competitors are many, and probably there is very fierce competition. So after this, it will be possible to define a position strategy at the end of the project, saying, okay, how do we want to position Leonardo vehicle? Okay, about the blue ocean strategy. The blue ocean strategy will allow to target the market and eventually to identify what are the main profitable segments of the market and what are the main consumer groups that should be addressed based on the expectation of the market and based on the technical capabilities of vehicle. We conducted a very preliminary blue ocean analysis, and this is something that can constitute also basis of discussion today or in the next days. And we started having a look at what are the best selling models by using Amazon figures. So you can imagine, and you know that Amazon at this moment is one of the most relevant selling channel. And here we listed the most sold models at the moment according to Amazon numbers. And this is a first output of the blue ocean analysis. What is reported in the graph? In the x-axis, you see competition factors, and we listed the factors that affect the consumer choice. This is a very preliminary selection because we included the factors that we consider the most relevant, but only the factors that was possible to assess somehow. We had some information about those factors and we included these variables. So, of course, one of the most influential factor is the price. And we included also the weight of the micro vehicle, the tire size, the range ensured by the battery of the vehicle. Everyone probably is aware about the so-called problem of range anxiety. No? People don't trust electric vehicles sometimes because they are scared to remain on the road, because they are scared of not reaching the final destination. The characteristics of the brake system, and there is an extensive literature, I don't want to say more because here there are a lot of engineers, and I cannot say more about the brake systems. And an influential factor that we found is also the possibility to select different speed modes, or if we want some different speed styles. And in the y-axis, we attributed scores. If you receive a high score, it means that these factors is much appreciated by consumers. And so this is the performance of the models that are the best selling at the moment in the market. And you see that with some few exceptions, factor by factor, but there is a huge competition, you know. There are no safe spaces between them, or at least, so the competition is quite strong. So, where does the vehicle, the Leonardo vehicle, stay? We tried to make some assumptions, and we started from the preliminary design, and when we carried out this analysis, we didn't know precisely what are the characteristics of Leonardo. So also for this reason, in the next period, we will revise the analysis, of course, and with the contribution of all the project partners, you know. This is our analysis. This is our outputs, but it is really a very tentative positioning of Leonardo. So where Leonardo, at least according to what we said, what we saw, and what are according to the main expectation, Leonardo can perform well in terms, of course, on weight and probably tire size. And there you see the red line. Probably, I wouldn't say that we have a blue ocean, but let's say we could stay quite far from a red ocean. So let's try to work on it then. And let's try to better assess all the factors. You can see that for the other factors, we stay in the middle of a fierce competition. And we have to bear in mind this and the future output like this. Okay. After that, let's talk about the position strategy. So once identified the market segment and the potential customers, the strategy of positioning the micro vehicle will be characterized by a better, or if we want, a more effective definition of the characteristics of vehicle. Indeed, if according to the competition analysis, we discover that we can have a competitive advantage by developing in a different way, but of course this should be feasible, we should do this. And this will allow us also to define a price range. And this doesn't mean that the price of a Leonardo vehicle should be a lower one, because in the market, already in the market, there are some niches with very high prices, and we will have to prove that an eventual high price is strictly linked to very valuable characteristics of vehicles. We didn't include in the blue ocean analysis that I presented earlier, for example, the value attributed by customers to the aesthetic of vehicles. But this is an influential factor, and this is a really beautiful one, in my opinion. So, after this, we have to consider that the market success is also made by a really effective, a really good communication strategy. Of course, according to our target and the profiles of the potential customers. And this will be, of course, the strategy will be accompanied by a communication plan, an effective one. About the sales channels, in the next periods, also sales channels should be identified and adapted based on the position strategy defined, and they should be identified with a high degree of flexibility, because it is also really important to react to changing situations in the market and in the customer's expectations. And the last step would be the definition of a financial plan. So the financial plan, but as Dario mentioned early, a business plan based on the evidences coming from the mass production of 150 pilot vehicles, and at the same time based on the feedback that we will receive by piloting the vehicles in the different European cities. And I would like to show you this last slide. It comes from the Life 2M project that is strictly linked to Leonardo 1. The Life 2M project is still a project on micromobility, and we conducted a large survey among the 3 cities which are partners in the project, the 3 Italian cities of L'Aquila, Palermo, and Florence. And we conducted this online questionnaire asking a lot of questions to people. And one of this question was this one. So, what is the perception of people about the development of micromobility in their cities? And you can see that the upper bar is related to the answers of people who didn't use, that never used micromobility. No, sorry. The first one was related to people that reported that in the past they had the opportunity to use micro vehicles. And the bar below is related to the answers of people who didn't use micro vehicles. You can see that they were asked to give a judgment based on a score from 1 to 5. 5 is really positive, okay? I'm absolutely in favor of the development of micromobility. 1 is the lowest score. I don't really like a micromobility. And you see that the most negative judgment are linked to people who didn't use micromobility. This is to say that has been already identified in the literature, but by previous pilot projects and so on, that the experience matters. And matters a lot to allow a mindset change and to allow to change habits and to bring innovation. So the message is that the pilots that we will carry out in the European cities will allow from one side to spread knowledge about the potential of micro vehicles, and of course will allow to people to make experience with this kind of vehicle and to allow people to form better ideas and better perception about this beautiful product. So, thank you, and if you have questions, please.
Yes, Gianpaolo De Blasis again. Sorry for the previous misunderstanding. And I will briefly describe the selection process for the cities that have shown interest in hosting the demo of Leonardo Project. So we can go with the presentation. Okay. We have a look of the overview and of the subjects of the presentation. We start with a brief introduction of the selection process, and then we will describe the technical proposal, the selection criteria identified by the committee, the evaluation criteria, and the timing of proposal submission. Few words about general information of the selection process. The Leonardo vehicle will be tested in a real environment in the city of Rome, Eilat, and in other 2 cities in the European Union. The selection process will be open and competitive and is open to private and public bodies in the European Union. Each of the 2 selected cities will be provided with 30 vehicles, free of charge. Each site will have to submit a technical proposal that will be assessed by the project committee that will be formed by UNIDIT and UNIFI, University of Florence. Each site will be requested to submit the technical proposal to host the Leonardo pilot according to a specific template that will be structured in the following sections: city description, in which the city will describe the characteristics of the cities from a socio-economical, transport, mobility, and morphological point of view. The second section will be the pilot design and management, where the city will report the detailed pilot design involving the operational aspects and the type of users that will be involved in the selection of the vehicles, in the driving of the vehicles, and the business model, and so on. The third section is about the permitting. The city will report the needed authorizations for the deploying of the vehicles. It will be useful in order to identify challenges or potential countermeasures to be taken. The fourth section is about the stakeholder engagement, awareness, and communication activities. The city will describe how they will involve the cities and the stakeholder, and the tools and the approaches to communicate the project activities. This will be in order to increase the community awareness about electric mobility. And the other section is the exploitation, in which the city will describe the potential of the microvehicle after the end of the project. And the last section is the co-financing, the resources that may be made available by the hosting cities. Here there is a little scheme that synthesizes the selection criteria. We start with the submission of the proposals by the city, and then the committee will assess the proposals, will publish the ranking, and will award the pilots. This is a table in which are present the tentative, the evaluation criteria that has been identified by the project committee and that has been described in detail in the template of the selection process that has been sent to the city that have shown interest in hosting the pilot. So every tentative criteria has a score from 0 to 3 and has a weight that goes from 0.25 to 1. The weight represents the importance that the single evaluation criteria could have on the overall success of the project. All criteria will be computed in a weighted average and will be published a final ranking. The ranking will be maintained but may be subject to scrolling in case cities refuse the assignment of the pilot project or other problems could arise in the future. Sorry, it's a little bit slow. Okay, just a few words about the timing of proposal submission. Intersites must send their proposal by 18 June at noon Rome time to the address site info.unidit.eu. The Commission will announce the results of the selection process by 6 p.m. on 4th August 2023, and the proposal, and obviously the proposal that will arrive after the deadline will not be considered. Thank you very much. I don't know if there are any questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Giampaolo. And then we can have a lunch, I think, because we are a little in delay, so I think it's better to have the lunch, and then after we can start with I don't remember the agenda, but presentation by the host, and then brief round table and answer the question and discussion. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. And now we start the session of the afternoon. We start with the presentation from Dr. Paglione from ASL Roma 1 that is about road safety and micromobility. And so I give the floor to Dr. Paglione.
Thank you. Good evening to everyone. Okay. Opla. Perfect. I'm Lorenzo Paglione, and I'm a public health doctor here in the local health unit Roma 1. And I'm the regional coordinator of the program of the prevention plan about safety in living environments. It is a program that develops public health activities for the prevention of domestic and road accidents. Today I wanted to present you a reflection on the subject of this program, starting from a general analysis of the urban phenomenon and then retracing elements linked to the epidemiology and risk factors of road accident here in the context of Rome, up to presenting possible solutions which we are partially applying within this prevention plan itself, starting from the role that public health can play in the prevention of road accident. Defining city as a single element is never easy. Recently, the so-called critical urban studies have introduced the possibility of analysis linked above all to dualisms and to the apparent contradiction that can be found in the urban environment. In particular, I wanted to offer you this possible reading of this dualism between material and immaterial as an introduction. In fact, the city can be read in its physical, material being, with the Latin word urbs, the city of the buildings, of the spatial organization of volumes, but also as civitas, or as the city of social relationships that are established within and between urban volumes. Numerous authors have in fact already defined what are the characteristics of the vital urban space, as opposed to an hostile urban space. Among these characteristics, we find, for example, the density, not to be associated with overcrowding, but also the variety of activities present on the streets, the availability and livability of green areas, and the possibility of having functional gathering places for the various categories of citizens and visitors during all hours of the day. In this sense, the work of Jane Jacobs is certainly a cornerstone, but other authors have tried to systematize this theme also by reconnecting with mobility, and in particular with active mobility, studying and evaluating the ergonomics of neighborhoods and what we now call walkability, or how easy neighborhoods are to cross and enjoy on foot. Because surely, as we said, life, space, and buildings are three inseparable factors, but which need each other to give life to a neighborhood or a vital city. In this sense, we can say that in recent decades, planning technicians have increasingly examined the quality of urban spaces. And the quality of the urban space has become a necessity that can no longer be sent back, and today it also guides the real estate market. But definitely, reclaiming public space has become one of the main battles of citizenship around the world. This means that more and more citizens and formal and informal associations are demanding their right to the city. And finally, urban transformation are the results of the balance between normative or formal and informal use. In this sense, we can therefore say that these movements will transform urban context in some way, as it has always been an active process. We just need to understand the direction it will take and possibly act. In fact, the city has evolved over time, and in particular, this evolution can be traced back on the urban fabric itself. in the form that the city has taken in centuries. In this sense, we can see how a dense fabric, which corresponds to a regular pedestrian path, because it is helped by numerous road intersections, has gradually been replaced by a complex pattern which makes possible faster connection only with cars and slower ones with other forms of mobility like public transport or cycling. This is one of the factors underlying the so-called car-dependent city. The car-dependent city is not the result of chance or technological development, but of a precise political and economic will, which can be summarized in the black hole of highway investment. In fact, this has led to a growing effort in the past decades to develop road infrastructure, subtracting precious resources from infrastructure for rapid mass transport or active mobility. In this sense, the British had already understood the direction they were taking, and this advertisement for the 70s served precisely to push people to use and to request efficient mass transport, because the alternative would have squashed the city from cars. I don't know, but maybe this photo reminds of something here in Rome. Our cities today are therefore designed to devote the 80% of the public urban space to the automotive, but none of us would ever agree to live in a house designed in the same way, in which the central space is dedicated to the garage and the rooms are relegated to the other resulting area. Just as we have in any case witnessed an increase in the volume and space occupied by cars, which have become even larger and more powerful, subtracting space, but above all posing increasing safety risks. We saw here in Rome recently, and in the USA, there is now reasoning about banning larger SUVs, which can completely obscure the presence of a child in front of it. And in fact, today cars are the most dangerous animals for human beings, finding themselves in the first place on a podium occupied by cars, mosquitoes, and other human beings. But dependence on cars also has hidden costs, which concern the carbon dioxide footprint, the space occupied, but also other effects linked, for example, to noise, to sedentary lifestyles, in damaging the ecosystems. In particular, this last point is expressed in the land consumption necessary for road, car parks, and road infrastructures, which we know are among the main causes of the urban heat island phenomenon, directly related to land consumption, as we can see, and today one of the main causes of mortality, in particular in the most fragile categories, such as the elderly or children. This phenomenon, exacerbated by extreme climatic events, today represents a real challenge for public health, which, however, can only be tackled through urban planning. Moving on the topic of road accident, I tried to build these cartograms from the open data of the municipality of Rome, also reporting graphs of the official reports. In this first cartogram, it is possible to see the location of the death in the year 2021, and next to it, the graph is related to 2018, which shows how, although the number of people involved is greater in the young adult age group, still placing a related theme to the cost of disability that is often permanent following a road accident, deaths are concentrated above all in the most advantaged ages. This is because in Rome there are over 30,000 accidents a year, with over 14,000 injured and a death rate of 4.86 each 100,000 inhabitants. These are real war numbers here in Rome. And consider how we can therefore say that in a local health unit like ours, with over 1 million inhabitants, we can estimate about 50 deaths every year for road accident. About half of the deaths are pedestrians, and for bicycle and scooter in 2021, there were 602 accidents involving cyclists and more than 300 electric scooters. And of these, 18 died or were seriously injured. This other cartogram shows the location of this accident, concentrated in particular in the most central municipalities, but also along the consular high-speed radial roads between the great annular ring of motorway in Rome. You can see the municipality of the local health unit Roma 1 highlighted, which are in any case where the majority of these accidents are concentrated. And what are the risk factors? We know that the main factor is the finally vehicular speed, and this is linearly related to the width of the roadways. We also know that there is an optimal width of the carriageway to minimize all type of accident. But in Rome, we still see the presence of real urban highways with oversized carriageway and non-channeled traffic. This is because the wider track gives the driver a false idea of safety, which involuntarily leads him to go faster. What can we do then? There are strategies capable of slowing traffic through urban devices, such as speed bumps or other similar types, but certainly a large investment must also be made in micromobility infrastructure, starting from the sidewalks, narrowing the carriageways, and giving space back to the other users of the street. This certainly has immediate direct and indirect benefits, including an efficiency increase in public transport, which in Rome is too often slowed down precisely by anarchic car traffic. In this sense, the health service can do something, and what we are trying to do is to articulate along these three lines of activity the evaluation of the plan, such as the general town plan or the urban plan for sustainable mobility, training and education, both of health workers and community actors, and finally advocacy, all to be built because it involves grassroots activity towards the public administration with a mandate on urban planning, also with associations. This is just to tell you how urban regeneration, the urban health approach, is transversal to numerous programs of the actual regional prevention plan. We can find it, for example, in the program number 1, that is health promoting schools, scuole che promuovono salute, through the development of a participatory planning process, or for the development of school pedestrian streets. We find it in the program 2, active communities, to promote the ergonomics of urban space in order to encourage physical activity, and in the program 5, as we are talking about, or in the program 9 about environment, climate and health. What to do then? A possible answer lies in the so-called co-benefit policies, in which through urban transformation and in a One Health approach, is it possible to achieve through a single intervention environmental, social, economic and therefore health objectives. In this sense, there is a growing interest in literature using a transdisciplinary approach between urban planning, economics, sociology and public health. For example, tactical urbanism strategies envisage the redefinition of public space for social purposes, even with temporary closure to traffic of road sections. This can be achieved at a very low cost, involving citizens, and provide benefits in terms of air quality, increased social interaction, and reduced stress. For example, school pedestrian streets belongs to this group. The redefinition of green areas also improves the thermal comfort of external environments, reducing the surface temperature and improving evaporation, at the same time absorbing carbon dioxide and providing usable areas for citizens for physical activity, promoting walkability, usability and pleasantness of places. And furthermore, Reducing the ceiling of areas improves the resistance of the urban environment to extreme climatic events, as floods in northern Italy recently demonstrated. The frequency and the intensity of extreme climatic phenomena is increasing, and the only way we can ensure that cities do not present increasing risk for the population is to increase soil permeability. And therefore, we are building discussion with subjects with interest in the topic, who can also support us on technical skills, or who can have the ability or the mandate to implement urban transformation. In this sense, we are discussing the issue of urban diabetes and its determinant linked to the active mobility together with the Health City Institute, a national research body. We are working within the City Council for Road Safety and Sustainable Mobility of the Municipality of Rome, together with Citizens Association that promotes active mobility. And we are working, and finally we are activating an interlocution with productive subjects, such as Rete Ferroviaria Italiana, the national company that designs the Italian railway lines. We are developing collaborations with all these subjects in order to promote urban transformations for health and well-being. To conclude, I wanted to underline that just as the city can be read through dualisms and contradictions also, health also has these characteristics. Because in fact, we often speak of a demand for health. For example, I'm sick, I turn to the health service. And this pertains to the organization of hospitals or primary care. Here, we speak instead of health needs, which pertains to the area of prevention and health promotion, and which are often not even perceived as such by the population. How many people know that mobility has an implication in terms of health? How many know that urban development and the very form that the city takes are determinants of health? Our tasks as public health professionals is also this, to bring out, make explicit the needs and transform them into demand. In this sense, we can in fact say that the presence of numerous points of view, citizenship, the health service, private stakeholders, account for a complex stratification, which also reflects the complex stratification of the object, health and city, of our intervention. And this makes it impossible to implement changes without the active involvement of all subjects and the co-production of new forms of urban knowledge. In conclusion, there is a need to intervene on urban context, ensuring health and well-being. Public health can play an important role in defining urban planning tools, and acting on mobility make it possible to improve the equity of access to urban opportunities while guaranteeing a direct and indirect health, but also an economic and a social advantage. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you for the interesting presentation. And now we have a brief session about some technical aspects, and I ask Chris and Nicola, Chris from University of Warsaw, and Nicola from FN Composite. To be here. Nicola, if you want to come here. I suggest to start with some from inputs from the audience, if there are some technical issues or some technical aspect of curiosity about the vehicle. Nicola Del Vecchio from FN Composite is the person in charge to the realization of the of the structure, and Chris Damazak is the person in charge of the design, structural design of the vehicle. So yes, so if you have something, some aspect that you want to stress or to outline about the construction, the problem linked to the realization and the design of the vehicle, please. Otherwise, we have some. If we have some input.
Yes. As Dario knows, I'm Nicola Del Vecchio and I represent FNN Compositi. We can say we are the operative arm of the consortium, no? We are the ones that what they think, what they design, and what they produce by their mind, we will transfer in shapes and real things. So we are the last ring, the last link of the chain. And so we had a lot of pressure these days to finish the model. What else? My company is a technological company. We manufacture carbon fiber for aerospace. We build parts for aeroplanes, for rockets, for racing cars. So we try to transfer our competence, our knowledge to this vehicle. So maybe you are not able to understand what's behind this vehicle. It is parts made with very high technology. The same technology we use, same technology, same process, same materials we use to manufacture parts of rockets and aeroplanes. And this technology aimed us to reach a good result in terms of strength, lightweight, I think, and we can do better. Dario is happy, but I think we can do better. Imagine that we loaded the vehicle with 350 kilos and it didn't break. So we can use it with safe margin. Now maybe another target could be to switch production with recycled materials. This is an important aspect that me and Dario and others are going to explore. The purpose is to use waste of industry involved in carbon fiber and composite materials. When you manufacture a part of carbon fiber, you have physiologically 5% of material that go in discharge. We are thinking to mix it, this sharp with resins, recycle resins, and give another life to this material. So I think we have a lot of ideas that will give important aspect to the vehicle. No? Another point that I discussed before with Raffaele, and that we have also things about how to position the vehicle in the market, which could be the market strategy, because the vehicle is a high-level vehicle. It's not nothing against China, but it's nothing still Chinese scooter. It's something more expensive. Everything made in Italy, in our yard, exception to the motor. So I think we have a future, and it's an interesting project. Also, maybe Chris want to add something. I have finished. I don't know if you have some questions and.
I have a question regarding crash test, because usually when you see vehicles like this? Have you tried to smash in some walls or cars and to look at the reaction of this material?
Not yet. When we arrived to 35 kilos, that's a small story, we say stop, because we want to bring the vehicle in Rome. We didn't have many vehicles yet, so we say, okay, it's
you
enough.
Want to keep like this.
It's enough. In this moment, another vehicle is in a specialized laboratory for certification. So, but I don't think that the crash test is something that have to be done. Maybe it's a joke if you want to do something to see how we will break for sure one vehicle, but we want to first produce what we need for the purpose of the pilot, and then we have, because now we are safe about the strength and the stiffness of the vehicle. We are over, which is the limit, 220, 250. We are 100 kilos more than the limit requested by the law. So
I was more thinking about the psychological loss that you have regarding vehicles like this. This idea that if you fall down, I can harm myself or something can stick in my bones, and how should I fall down? So
yes. It's not. Yeah, but I don't think it's our competence. We have no competence to do this. Maybe Gabriele, I don't know if he can test by himself how to fall down. No problem. After dinner, if nothing else, I give. More than one.
Okay. To be honest, I feel triggered by this last question. But Nicola. But first of all, I would like to. I should explain our role. Our role, I mean, my team, our team, in the project. And I asked Nicola to come back because I want to stick to this parallel of the chain. Because the guy who has 100,000 ideas in 1 second is this guy. This is production. And I have to stand somewhere there. And I have to filter information flow. Yes, so basically our role in the project was, no, it's impossible. No, you don't do this. No. What Nicola point, to be more serious, is that despite the look, the concept of the vehicle and the execution, I mean the result you can see somewhere there, is from the technology point of view, from the mechanics point of view, and also from the electronics point of view, quite sophisticated thing. And it's true. I don't want to bother you with the why is that, why it was challenging from the beginning, but I can assure you that the concept his concept bring already into the project some problems which are not fully solved yet. I mean, this is working prototype, but if you compare the first idea with this prototype, if you know where to look, I will don't tell where. You clearly see that there are some things which are still, let's say, missing, or where are huge compromise between the first idea and the execution. Fortunately, you can drive it, at least when electronics is working. and you can even control it, so it is promising. But most important thing is that we have tame production, which means production is somehow ready to go, and it was not the case, at least at the beginning of the project. What else? I said that I was triggered by this, but certain questions. So crash tests. In general, people who are making things avoid crash tests. I know that when you see television, I know that advertisements are full of crash tests. But the truth is that crash tests means you have to ready to sell product, and instead of sell it, I don't know, you have a car, which is, you can sell this car for 100,000 euro. But instead of selling it for 100,000 euro, you stand it against a concrete wall and smash it. It's counterproductive, to be honest. So, how engineering is dealing with this problem? Most of the regulations in Europe, these regulations usually has a name European norm, EN, plus number. In most of those regulations, what you have a prescription, certain way to do exact tests to prove that your product is safe. And in most cases, instead of crash testing, you apply so-called safety factor. And in case of micromobility, in this norm, in this regulation, there is a statement that you have to prove that your vehicle withstands static load, which is 20%? I don't remember. Certain amount of percentage higher than what you put in the instruction of the vehicle as the maximum load. So if our vehicle withstands 300 kilo, this means that, I don't remember exactly, but I would say a guy who definitely 150 kilo gave us 2000 of static load. So 2.5 safety factor. And you have the same with elevators and a lot of other stuff. So no, it will be not intentional crash tests. Maybe I don't know. Maybe Gabriel will find out something in the evening, but. So yeah, and the other question you had is about bad feelings of the drivers. First of all, when I see 3 people riding one electric scooter, I don't see they have a bad feelings about safety at all. They are, I would say, no, they are very, very brave people. Second off, the truth of life is that Usain Bolt is the fastest guy in the world so far. Speed world record is belongs to him, and his speed was far less than 50 kilometers per hour. And he's the fastest guy in the planet. So you can assume that normal people, not trained people, can withstand easily or is prepared to withstand something bad that will happen at the level of velocity of 30 kilometers per hour. Everything above is risky. So that's why the limit of this vehicle is 25 kilometers, and that's why this limit is implemented in many, many different countries. I know that usually you don't think about it, but sometimes, not always, but sometimes people who are defining the law are people who are conscious. And yeah, well, having said that, again, if you look at your body, you have some things, but then you have a thin structure here, very thin, let's say a needle, and a ball with something inside, which from my point of view is concentrated mass. If you fall, whatever will happen, you have a problem that you have a wire and you have a mass on that wire, and this will do something like that. So yes, it is better to cover this ball with something which absorbs at least some energy. In the end, what I can say, you can see 5 different things on the outside, and I already told Dario that maybe it would be good that each one person in this room will find just one difference between one of those to see to realize some kind of evolution. Because this was technology evolution, what you can see there, concept evolution, and even you can see one idea we already said it won't be good idea, but Dario nevertheless did that kind of prototype. That's it. Any questions?
About price, if you would imagine a range price for this product, what you imagine now and in 10 years, in 20 years. So,
well,
I know it's a futurologist, but yeah.
I can tell you that the funniest thing about the price was written in the proposal, but I will not tell you what was written, but it was funny. Price is Nicola, it's his problem, not mine. But you saw in the presentation of related to the business plan, you already saw some ways to really to make a real good estimation what should be the price regarded to the market. Then you have to think about your production and your typical costs of, and then you have to think, okay, but this is the piece which was made with the same technology as rockets. So then guy from the marketing step in, and in the end he says, okay, I can sell it for that price. I don't know.
We didn't think well about these last important things, but I think with my experience, it could be around 1,500 euro, no less, I think. Imagine, I don't know, which is the medium price of a scooter? 300-400 euro? Okay. Imagine, like for bikes and e-bikes, when you switch from metal to carbon fiber, price is 3 or at least 3 or 4 times more. So I think 1,500 is the minimum, maybe, but we have to industrialize the process. I mean, it's too early to give an answer to this question.
Okay, so thanks, and then we can pass if there are any questions. We can pass to Gabriele for the presentation about.
Okay. Sorry, I am the only person that will make two presentations in the same day, so I think you can manage. This is up to now. We spoke about Leonardo Project, but there is life to beyond Leonardo. It means that in the last 2 years, since we find a good group of university, a good coordinator, I have to say, a good coordinator, a good group of university, a good group of companies, we started developing some ideas, and so we started developing few projects. And after developing, we also awarded a few projects. In particular, we awarded 2 further projects. One is Long Life to Micromobility, that is Life to M. And the other one is InMob project, okay? So I would like to show you quickly about these 2 projects, also to show that this group of working, these ideas from Chris, from Nicola, a lot of ideas from Dario indeed, has also the skills and the fundings to go on and to be developed. So let's have a look to Life to M, Long Life to Micromobility. This is a live project. The full name is Long Life to Micromobility. It's a live project. We started the project in December 2022. It means 6 months ago, more or less. And this is, of course, it's a part of the LIFE program of the European Union. It's a project. The total cost of the project is around 5 million euros, more or less. Yeah. No, lower. 4.3 million. 4.3 million, and we get about 2.6 million fundings from the European Union for this project. And the project will last 48 months. We started in December, and it will end in November 2026. And of course, the idea is to develop and promote micromobility as one of the most efficient and eco-friendly way to navigate the urban and peri-urban areas, and to make micromobility more accessible and sustainable. This is the consortium. This is a mostly Italian-based consortium because LIFE program it's normally prefer national-based consortium. So we are almost all Italian. By the way, the coordinator is always Dario, and also some of the other people involved there. So then this is what we are going to do. We will develop 3 demonstrations of micromobility in 3 Italian cities: L'Aquila, Palermo, and Florence. And one of the most interesting points we will develop and test within the project is the use of hybrid supercapacitor instead of lithium batteries. So this if supercapacitor will demonstrate to be an alternative, this will be a solution. So a solution to many problems lithium batteries has, among the others, thermal runaways, or anyway the short duration, the few numbers of the charging cycles. I mean, anyway, we will retrofit 200 private vehicles, bicycle, in Florence. We will provide 50 new micro vehicles, and we will install 3 fast charging points in Firenze. While in L'Aquila, we will retrofit 200 private vehicles. So within the project, we will develop like a retrofit kit for the normal bicycle. Okay, we will install 3 fast charging point, supply 50 micro vehicles, and most interesting, both in L'Aquila and in Palermo, we will also provide cargo bike retrofitted with supercapacitor instead of lithium-ion batteries. This is the structure of this project. It's very important to stress that on one end we have our research and development. So we'll do a lot of tests of the vehicles. We will a lot of industrial stuff and testing, but we will also work a lot on exploitation to understand which are the best business model to support the diffusion of micromobility in the different contexts. Of course, within this project, we made already a user need analysis. I mean, that's a lot of slides with a lot of numbers. I will save you. What is it? So we get like 1,000 interviews already from the 3 cities. We have a lot of results, but I mean, this is not really relevant to us. What is very interesting is that, okay, in these 3 cities, this is the travel distance normally we find. But what is most important is that most of the people travel by cars. I mean, nearly 74% of the respondents use the car to move. This is an interesting data. The other interesting data already shown by Raffaele, but I would like to stress again, because this is something that we keep in mind. We have to keep in mind. If you know micromobility, you are not scared of micromobility. So most of the people that have already used micromobility is absolutely in favor of micromobility. When people have not used micromobility, and when I say micromobility, I mean e-kick scooter, bicycle, e-bike, whatever, they are more scared. So one key point is to let people try micromobility. And then probably they would change their attitude to micromobility. Okay, so we have many other results. I mean, you will check in the deliverable. I will save you, it's late, we are tired. And then this is other InMob project. This was a pretty surprise, Dario. I mean, we didn't expect to win this project, to be frank. I wrote this project while I was traveling to Pakistan for another project. So. And Dario was somewhere, I don't remember, and Paolo was somewhere. So we bring together this proposal. I mean, at the end of the day, we get it. And it's another program, it's EDRF program. It's for the less developed areas of the European Union. Maybe it's the right way to say, just right. Okay, so it's, sorry? Cohesion country, sorry. Not less, sorry. Anyway, this is a 4 million project, more or less, even if the funding is a little bit lower. And we have 36 months. Today, we received the confirmation to sign the grant agreement. The project should start in October, and it means that it should finish in September 2006. Very close to long life to micromobility. So again, of course, InMob intends to increase use of micromobility or microvehicle by removing some of the barrier to the development and testing of innovative products, microvehicles products. And indeed, here we make more development. We have, this is the consortium. The lead is University of Catania, but in the rest of the consortium, you will see a lot of people you already know. I mean, that's it. And these are what we are going to do. We will test 15 new e-bikes and 15 Leonardo type scooters and some innovative charging station in Madeira. And then again in Palermo, we will test 15 e-bikes and Leonardo scooters and 10 cargo bikes and 3 charging stations. Again, also in this project, we'll do a deep work on exploration, and we will, of course, focus on the usage of supercapacitor instead of lithium-ion batteries. The ideas between the project is also Okay, this is the main point. So, and this is again the structure of the work package. Again, we have a good part of development, of research and development. We have a good part of also building of the vehicle, manufacturing. So Nicola will be very happy. But again, we have piloting and exploitation. Because together with the technological part, we always need to have to understand which are the best policy, the best approaches to support the diffusion of micromobility. So, this is all. I don't know if you have any question. No question? Amen. I'm scaring. So, I suggest to give the floor to Avi. So Avi will present us about the policy on micromobility in Eilat. And this is the remote to change the slide.
Okay. What are you press? Well, hello everyone. First of all, thank you for letting me talk in this beautiful place in Eilat. We have one historical place which is 70 years old and it's people holding a flag, so it's not that popular. I'm here to talk about opportunities regarding micromobility. Micromobility in Eilat. Well, my name is Avi Naim. I'm the project manager in the city. Currently, we have 7 Horizon projects running at the moment. We're very, very active in Horizons. Eilat is located here in the tip of the Red Sea Gulf. We got borders with Egypt, Jordan, and the Emirates. We got 68,000 citizens, and we are the leading tourist city in Israel. Thanks to Abraham Accords, the collaboration with Egypt, Jordan, and the Emirates has been more productive, because now we know that if we, for example, talk about 2000, we reach 2100 year, there will be much worse in this region. It's a very attractive place for immigrants. And the predictions are that we will have about 80 million immigrants passing through this area, and lots of them will be on our borders. So we know that we need to collaborate and think different and to be more resilient in all the infrastructure that we have, especially in traffic. So Eilat is divided into 2 areas. We got the tourist area, which is the one with the red line, which is on the Red Sea, and the other part is all the living areas, everything that's around it. At the moment, all the micromobility that we have in the city are only in the tourist area. We are planning after, and thankful for the Leonardo Project, to involve citizens and to understand how we can implement micromobility in a better way, so they will be more acceptable to use it. We got a few targets. Recently, last year, Eilat been selected to be a part of the 112 city mission to be climate neutral by 2030. Actually, it came in a good time, because we are already planning how we will be more resilient by 2030. We got already a transport plan and also an energy plan to be energy independent by 2030. And one of the goals is to have 100% electric vehicles in Eilat. So micromobility have a very large impact on it. The current situation is that we have today 2 micromobility vehicles companies, Lime and Bird. Until 2022, we had 200 vehicles only in the tourist area, and in the start of 2023, we added another 100. A very significant problem is that we don't know how many accidents we have in the city. Basically because when people have a traffic accidents, they classified it as a traffic accidents and they don't classify it as a scooter or a bicycle or anything else. So the information is very lack and not good, and we're working on it. This is the activity of Line Company. In the contract that we have with them, they are obligated to share with us every month what did they do in the city, how much they rides and how many people use it, if they have any accidents or malfunctions that cause them to reduce the amount of vehicles. So if you see on the blue column, that's the amount of rides in the city. In April, it's a holiday in Eilat, and May also, and from June to September, it's the summer vacation, so it's very, very active. On the orange column, that's the number of users. So as you can see, some people use the micromobility much more often. Some people use it like 10 or 20 times a day. So it's really active, but now we're working with the government to get access to the information of the people that use it. So we will understand how many citizens use the micromobility and how many tourists use it before we start implementing these vehicles in the living area. This is the comparison with the two companies. We don't know why that data existed, because it's really funny, because each place that have each parking place for the micromobility, they always they're obligated to have the same number of each company. So for example, in one parking lot, they have to have 5 of Lime and 5 of Bird. And somehow, Lime is much more active and much more profitable than Bird Company. No idea why. So at the start of 2022, we finalized the transport plan. That's only a small section of it. It talks about also walkability, how to improve people to be active. And it also talks about enlarging changing the infrastructure of the roads to be more easy for micromobility. So all the green lines are the planning that we have in the city for micromobility, and all the green dots are the location that you can, the green and purple dots, places you can park your, any company can park their micromobility vehicles. And the information that we don't have is where do our citizens want to park, or where are they, which lines or which routes are they using? And that's something we want to get from Leonardo Project. I know that there is no GPS on the vehicle, so we need to find a different way to understand the routes that are taken, so we can actually develop the routes that people need to use, and not just random routes and waste the municipal money for something that no one uses. Besides vehicles, scooters, we want to have a variety of mobility. The transport plan talks about also public transport, electric public transport, and give the user different ways to use it. So some people don't know how to stand on a scooter like me. I prefer to use a bike. Something I can sit on. I think it's much more safer for me. That's my opinion. We have many challenges in the city. People don't like, the citizens don't like the vehicles that we have at the moment. if the companies don't always go to their parking lots and get all the vehicles in order and put them in a certain place, people can't pass the streets. Women with a baby and a trolley can't move, can't do anything. They're kind of stuck. And also, people throw it to the sea. 2 months ago, we took, this is only a small picture, but there are many other scooters that we took out from the sea. There is a lack of supervision. The municipality in Eilat need to improve to get more people to supervise the companies. And now with that, in the last 2 years that we have 2 companies active, we understand more how the contract with them need to be. Because the first contract was, please come, we'll do anything you want, just come and put your vehicles. And now we understand that there are limits that we cannot cross if you want people to be more active and people to use it, citizens, not tourists that pass by the city. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Avi. No, just a curiosity about the figure that you reported about the electrification by 2030. You said that by 2030 you will reach 100% of electric vehicles. My question is, this is referred to new vehicles or all circulating vehicles in the city?
This is referring to private vehicles. At the moment, we're standing on 15% of electric vehicles in the city. And now we are working on putting more infrastructure for more charging places and get new municipal laws that people will say, okay, it's much more profitable to change to electric car. And also one of the laws we are trying to pass now, it takes time to pass an internal law, but we will, for example, give free parking lots for whoever have electric car that come to Eilat. You have three ways to come to the city. Either you drive your car for the next consortium meeting in Eilat. Either you drive 4 or 5 hours with your car to reach the city, or you take a flight or a bus. There's no different way. Or the sea, no, sorry, the sea you can't. This is one of the laws that we're trying to implement. Also, if we're talking about public transportation, so we are moving the central station of Eilat to outside the city. Right now it's located in the middle of the city. And we will electrify all the buses and all the lanes. So the bus can be recharged on its way and not just in the parking lots. Anything else?
Okay, thank you very much.
I can share some experience because I come from a touristic island, and we were checking that you have your touristic market is double of Madeira. So Madeira receive 1.5 million tourists a year. You receive 3 million.
Yes.
And for example, we started since last 10 years to collect data of touristic mobility at the exit point of the city, and in our case at the airport. So we apply a questionnaire about touristic mobility to understand what tourists do during the stay and how they move, which are the touristic points they visit more, try to build the origin destination matrix. Mm-hmm. This could be very useful tool for you also to implement. There is a standard we use, we share with other touristic places. And maybe it's the best way, because you speak about the routes, the routes, you don't know where people want to go or where you can prepare the parks and so on. So
Yes, only the living area. In the tourist area, we get access to the information of the two companies. We can know the routes that each vehicle takes. So yeah.
So you know only the numbers of travel of rides, or you know also the origin destination. So you know the path. So
Yes.
they share with you the path.
Yes.
Very good.
They obligated to give me the information. When you look at it, it's a bit of a mess because you see all the routes of 15,000 rides. It's a lot of data. You talked about the airport, where they come from the airport, how they come from the airport to the city. You mentioned it?
So no, at the airport exit. So we found that the best way to question about touristic mobility when people leave from touristic place. So we don't make during the stay. We make only at the end of the stay.
So last mile.
At the end of the stay, because usually people in Madeira stay 5 days average. So they stay. So a suggestion is to try to work with the touristic guys, because there are a lot of data that you can share. So if you are a mobility guy, I don't know which is your field.
Yeah, in the city mission of the European Union, in 2 weeks we will finalize the contract, which talked about transport, energy, waste, tourist, and a part of the tourist area, a tourist contract is all the hotels will sign on the contract and are part of it. So we are very active together with the tourist sector.
Yeah, because tourism has a lot of data about nationalities, ages, and all these affects the accessibility level. For example, in Madeira, only to share with you some lessons, in Madeira, we know that people want to walk. So maybe a micro-mobility solution could be nice alternatives, but there are a lot of people that hire cars, for example, and bring cars inside the city. So there are a lot of problems related with touristic mobility.
Yes, we have also a dramatic solution for the tourist sector. We're just going to close it. No cars to enter. But because of the elections that we have in coming November, no one wants to talk about it. So we're waiting for the flames to calm down.
Right.
And then we're going to talk about it again. I think that's the best solution if you want to be like in Barcelona. You can walk the streets. Yesterday here, I just walked the street and there was no car or anything. I think it's the best way. But that's me. Thank you. Oh. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Avi. I think we have finished our conference. I will thank you, the ASL Roma 1, to host this conference, and thanks to all of you. And so, thank you, and see you in the next meeting of the project, and I hope in Madeira and so on. So, thank you. Bye-bye.